Hi, TJ. Hi, Ma. Hi, Ashley. So, what's everybody up to? Oh, that's good. All right. Yay, Cal. Breathe in that good ocean air. Meow, Cal. House. Horse? Yes, I just changed color. I discovered I definitely did not have enough of that color to do this. I forgot how much this eats in threads. It's been so long since I've done one. All right, Jeffrey. Slip a little prayer in for all of us. Good job. Have fun, Cal. Hi, Sue. Okay, folks, I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Everybody just relaxing Sunday morning? Uh-oh. The piece is over with, Ma. Hi.
See? Somebody invaded my space.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a quiet morning. Just kind of taking it easy. Morning, Huawei. Now listen, I was just listening to my music, and I'm like, okay, I'll call that done for a while. Come sit and chit chat with you for a bit. And I'll message my daughter and let her know, hey, whenever you're ready, come home down. She's going to help me clean up this space over here, get that straightened back up. And she's also going to try to help me reconfigure. I really don't see how I can reconfigure this space any more than what it already is. It's just got to stay as is. Grazie.
Mm-hmm.
What are we having in the magic kitchen today, Huawei? I didn't have time to do the bagel.
Okay. Aw, she liked your hair up in a ponytail.
Uh, Usually it's just in a ponytail, but down here at the back of my neck. Today I decided to poop it. But thank you. Lazy pussycat enjoying my lap this morning. Looks like you're touching me, Mom. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you had Sunday roast and you're giving me porridge? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You need to make some more cookies. We need some biscuits. Take a few scones too. Scones are good with my cup of coffee. Oh, some shortbread cookies would be excellent right now. What? I reached out and got your toe beans. What are you going to do about it? Hmm? You reach out with your toe beans and you curl them into my leg, but I can't reach out and touch them.
Nope.
Last night, she was an hour later at Josie's and was having tea time in the city on a boat. Whoa.
Nice.
What did you have very good on for tea time? What was that?
Someone in my kitchen.
Oh. Well, that was a kitchen lunch.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'm going to rough you up and make you all kinds of discombobulated. Yeah. Listen to you squeak. You hear this?
Okay.
Hello, Linda.
Hi, Linda. Hi, Pam.
And hello, Miss Pam.
Yay, she's got her favorite scissors.
And they're heading home. Home sweet home.
All right, Linda.
Rainbow Shard, raisin
Home sweet, multiple devices, and reliable internet.
and mashed potato and cabbage. And she said that's her crashing an enormous mess in the kitchen. Oh, oh, that actually sounds very good, Huawei. All right, spoiled kitty. She's like, yes, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
Her motor's just running. Good morning, Marty.
Woof, Marty.
Do what, dear?
Oh, woof.
Oh.
She's not a meow person. She's a woof person.
Mm-hmm. Trying to get all that fluffy fur that I disrupted. Yeah. And then get it over here into the trash bin. Yes. Yeah.
You up to, Marty?
How are you today, Marty? Having a good one? Depends on what you're making. If you share the same stuff and lick the bowl, different spoons, clean it. Make sure you give them spatula. Just don't lick the beaters when it's still running. That hurts. What is it? Now that I've been petting you, loving you, and getting you all disturbed, now what are you going to do? Oh, thank you for the kisses. Yes. Thank you very much. Oh, my. Sandpaper kisses. Oh, boy. Still getting adjusted to the new BP med, which gives you a major gut ache. Yeah. My stomach is in turmoil. I've been a hot mess ever since I got the cortisone injection on Wednesday. So, Marty says she's not kissing that boo boo. All right, Huawei. Okay, Pam. See you in about an hour.
Okay. 55 minutes later.
I guess I roughed up the pussycat enough that she's like, I'm done, I'm down. There goes the plane.
Yup.
Okay, I'm on black screen for a few minutes and I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, gotta cut up with Huawei and Marty. When did you start taking that new meds, Marty? I don't remember. I got my short-term memory is horrible. I know it was most recent, like this week or something.
Just a few days ago, I think.
Yeah. I don't. I got a cup. What? I told you I didn't make the bagels this morning. And we both had a rough week, Marty. Mm, girl, it's been something. That they're day old now, Marty. You can have them. Mm. See, Marty's telling you can have them all away. They're day olds. Yes, honey, we are. Well, I guess she could always throw them at you if you really want to have a bagel fight. Be a food fighting with bagels. Messed up. My tummy has been a hot wreck. I've had to break out the acid reflux medication. I've had to break out my extra clonidine for my blood pressure because my blood pressure been off the charts. I had a quarter of a bagel this morning. I haven't eaten anything this morning. I've had about a quarter cup of coffee. I've had water and medicine. I do need to eat because I had my medicine that's supposed to have food with it, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But it's like gassy and bloaty, and pardon it, but you're afraid to toot, if you know what I mean, because you're not sure what's going to happen.
Mhm.
Been that way all week. It's just rough. Oh my. Is it affecting your eyesight too, there, Marty? She said the word above me that says restream.
Mm-hmm.
The restroom.
Power of suggestion. What's on her brain right now?
Mm-hmm. Always she had nut cutlet and gravy and roasted potatoes, parsnips, broccoli, cauliflower. What's for pudding too. And she is ready. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever had parsnips. I know it's a root vegetable.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those you either like it or you don't kind of veggies.
I know I'm not a big fan of beets. Those are funky. But I really, like I said, Marty, I'm not really 100% sure I've ever had a parsnip. I've, I've cooked turnips for older folks when I was doing in-home nursing care. Had to go. I was taking care of them and cooking their meals and cleaning and stuff. And they smell funny when they cook. Meh.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the way they wanted them cooked anyway. They smelled funny. No, no. Oh, pardon me. There's that coffee trying to leak down where it's not supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Can't really say I've ever had rutabaga. Haven't had it either. There are a lot of things I'd love to try, but I've never had them. Well, I had to look it up because she said, well, I put in SWEDE, and I wasn't familiar with that term, so I had to look it up. I'm like, oh, rutabaga. No, haven't had that.
Mhm.
Okay, Marty.
Okie dokie.
Huawei probably hears Skeeter. He's a very loud meower.
Mhm.
She's typing in meow, meow, meow.
Mhm.
Mm. That's thread I need to separate and wrap on cardboard spools. I need to get me a cardboard spool and trace it out and wrap thread, floss, however you want to call it. Well, I highly doubt Marty's cleaning up your mess. That's why we got the button in the magic kitchen. That cleans it up for us at the end of the night. Do you think so, though? Okay. We'll just let you keep thinking that.
Oh, nice.
Can we turn the music down just a little bit?
Just give me a moment.
Okay, honey.
Oh,
Uh-oh, are you having a frog?
yep. Almost 2 complete rows.
Oh, no. Marty's back. She's glaring at Huawei.
Ah, cat fact of the day. Cats sometimes groom themselves to relieve stress.
Okay.
That's it. Well, so if you see your cat over grooming, it may be something more serious.
Well, yeah, that kind of like birds when they over preen. Well, I did some circle open weave on the loom, made a knit flower, wrapped bamboo in ribbon for a stalk. Cool. Compulsive grooming. Yeah. Don't know about that, Huawei. I am not a cat. I'm a human. And I definitely do not have cat like reflexes anymore. Mini human, but cat, not belt. Right, okay. Marty's allergic to cats. She loves watching them though. That's why you're the dog person. Man, this thing has had to have been handmade. Too much chain, too much chain, too much chain. Huawei says that Marty could go to the monkey sanctuary.
Hmm.
Trying to decide if I want to keep this piece and, kind of take it apart a little bit here and there and use pieces for journaling or chuck it back in a bag or whatever and ship it off to donation
Mm.
or
Well, you
ship
got
it
to make a decision. Is it truly worth taking apart? Is there something you really, really, really like about it? Or
or ship it in a
not?
bag and send it to Stacy.
No, I don't need any more. I got plenty.
Oh, you don't need any pretty shiny silver chain?
I got a lot of chain.
Just saying. Ma can do the French knitting.
No, one hook. This is a 1.4 millimeter using a number 10 thread, which calls for 1.5 or 1.4.
I've been rewatching some crochet videos ever since we were on that trying to get straightened out with her issue the other day. Looking up some quick stitch things that or make some pretty washcloths or something. I don't have, and I don't. My problem is I don't have any cotton. All I have is acrylic.
Yeah.
Well, Way says that Miss Stacy Macon learned to fly.
No, she can't.
We can get you a Harry Potter broom. Watch her go.
Well, the broom's flying itself. I don't have to learn how to fly it. I just got to point it in the right direction.
You gotta learn to hold that sucker good. The feet wrapped on, your legs wrapped good. Good connection. Don't need it to buck you off. Marty says, I speak some French as in, please pardon my French.
Hmm.
I took French in high school.
Yeah, I did too.
It really didn't serve me much purpose. I probably should have took American Sign Language instead, but they didn't offer it.
Yeah. Well, back in those days, I used to wear mini skirts and high heels, and I was thin. And my French teacher, I'm not sure, I must have been a discussion somewhere because my last name begins with W.
Right.
And usually I'm in the last row, in the last seat, or second to last if there was somebody who happened to have a name beyond mine in
Right.
the alphabet. So whenever I go in a classroom, that's the first corner I go to for seating.
Right.
So first day of school, first day of class, um, I go in and I go back and he goes, okay, just glance on the desk. I have the seating plan there. See where you're seated. So the first thing I do is go look in the top left-hand corner of the seating plan, and I'm like, I didn't see my name. I'm like, what the hell? So now I'm looking,
Right.
and I find myself in the front row. There's like two seats that would sit in front of the teacher's desk,
Mm-hmm.
two desks. I was in one of those desks. I'm like, wow, this is weird. Because I looked and everybody else was in alphabetical order by last name. So I took my seat, everybody else took their seat. And I'm like, once everything got settled in, he did his introduction and all this nonsense. I'm Mark Tenenbaum, and he proceeded to speak in all this French nonsense. And then in English. And then I'm like, I raised my hand. And he said, call him Mark. So I said, Mark. I said, why am I here when I should be way back there? This man flat out in front of we're talking in the city, so there was a little over 30 kids in the classroom.
Yeah.
Flat out said, because I like your legs.
Because I like your legs. Well, at least he was honest.
Could you imagine today?
Oh my God, talk about harassment charges. Ooh
Mm.
wee.
Oh, it got worse than that.
But I mean, in today's world,
Hmm. So I was taking the course, but it was my class right before lunch, and my cousin, female, who was also going to the same school, would meet me at that class, and we'd go to lunch together.
uh huh.
Now she was a little more heavy set and a little she was like the atypical heavy set, really didn't have many friends kind of girl.
Right.
Until I came along. She was a year ahead of me. Until I came along in the school, and then I introduced her to all the people I knew, and she started gaining some friends
Right.
because she didn't know how to approach people and stuff like. Anyway,
Yeah.
so I do that. So she would come to my right after my French class. She'd meet me at the door, and we'd go up to lunch together. Well, one day, my French teacher always stood at the door and said goodbye to everybody, or whatever the heck I do. Um, so my cousin said something about hating the bus or something when I first walked out the door. And
Right.
he, well, ladies, if you ever want me to give you a ride home, now we lived in two different directions. If you ever want me to live and give you a ride home, I'd be happy to do that.
Uh oh.
My mind went, perv, no, 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 no. My cousin, I don't know, about 8 o'clock, 8:30 that night, my phone rings in my house. This is back in the day of landlines, people.
Yep.
We didn't have cell phones. And it's my aunt. Is so and so there with you?
No.
Nope. Well, apparently she didn't get home till like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Holy moly. I'm just
So,
gonna take a guess on what happened. And
oh
I'm
yeah, you can guess. But years later, yeah, a few years later, not years, but a couple of years later, she wound up coming to live in my place because her home situation was not the greatest.
yeah.
So she wound up coming living with myself and my dad. And this is before he became paralyzed. Anywho, after my mom passed.
Yeah.
And she spent almost a year with us. And when she moved back home, I was going through some of the stuff she left in the bedroom we shared. And I found this. Back in the day, they had these, matchbooks,
Yep.
but they had those really long, like 12-inch matchbooks.
Yep.
She had one of those with all the matches out of it. And inside was apparently written her conquests. First this, first that, and the name and a name. First teacher, Mark.
Oh boy.
But back then, I didn't know what to do with that information. I was just like,
You were flabbergasted, is what you were.
so I just, and it was apparently some time since that had occurred. So I just kind of let it go. I never mentioned it. But it was like, wow.
That's enough to make you really stop and think. I mean, even today, something like that. It boggles my mind. Back then, it boggled my mind because I mean, even I knew it happened back then. Not me, but I knew it happened with other people. But I was just like, how? Why? Yeah. No.
Okay, and it's not like this teacher was a new teacher who had just graduated college. This was in high school, who had just graduated college or anything like that, and were kind of, I'll say, close enough in age, kind of to make it make a little sense. No, he was probably near 50.
Yeah, they did, Marty. It was the 80s. It was. That's all I can say. It was the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine what was going on in the 70s, in the 60s? I mean,
Now, in middle school, when I was 15, there was a teacher who had just graduated and had started teaching at the middle school. He was more like a temp guy
mm-hmm.
and or substitute teacher, whatever you want to call it. So one teacher was out pregnant, had just had her baby, so she was out. So he was taking over her class for a couple of months.
Yeah.
And nice guy, funny, younger, young guy, just out of college. And he drove a motorcycle.
Oh, yeah.
One day I always walked. I walked or took the bus, but back then I could walk a long ways. But anyway, um, so one day when I got out of school, I ran into him, just as he was getting on his bike in the teacher's parking area. I was walking past there, and he didn't even say Stacy. I mean, he was, Miss, my last name.
Uh huh.
I'm like, yeah, Mister, so and so. He goes, what do you think of this thing? I said, it's pretty cool. And he asked if I wanted to take a ride on the bike.
And you're like, nope, sorry, can't.
I said, nah, I'm good. I gotta go meet, a couple of my friends, and we're gonna walk home. But it's like, now let me go back to this. Now the French teacher also being close to 50 or right in that ballpark, either just before or just after that line. He was also um heavier set guy, he looked older. It was like he thought, apparently the French must have worked with my cousin, but yeah.
Marty graduated in the early 70s.
To me, I think that came out more heavily in the 80s because 60s, maybe part of the 70s, but 60s there was a lot more respect in the classroom than was in the 80s by the time the 80s rolled around. At least that's what I think.
I'm having a Homer moment, and it's driving me crazy.
Mm-hmm. What's your Homer moment?
You clean, you organize, you put things where they should be, and then you forget where the should be is.
I mean, Marty, it's not to say that it didn't happen, but I don't think it was as prevalent. I think 70s into the 80s when excess was the thing, people got a little more opinionated of themselves and what they could get away with.
Please and thank you.
No, I'm good.
No, I managed to miss it when you turned on the sprinklers.
cooking something in the kitchen. You set something on fire.
Yep. Well, everything's covered. Well, I still don't want to take a chance on anything to come in a peekaboo. Hmm.
It went off and came back on.
It's all right. At least I'm out of view. We're good. Because now I'm over here checking the totes that I have stacked up on the side, and I'm pretty sure what I'm after is in the totes. I have a little chair over here that I'm sitting on to go through and make sure that I'm. Yep, this is the tote that I'm after. A little tote, tin bin, whatever. All right, there's that.
Oh yeah. All right, Marty. Have a good day.
Have a good day, Marty. Hope your system evens out with that new med, honey. Wally says, yeah, making a huge mess. All the buttons and levers are tried.
Hmm. Be careful when the cleaner comes on. It might suck you up out of the room.
That'd be,
Don't hit the big blue button.
that'd be a sight. Okay, there's those. But no, so everything is covered. My house dresses and muumuus and stuff are all nice and long. I just, you know, I try to be extra cautious. Because I don't want my friend Stacy getting any kind of dings.
Oh, those kind of things, I'll lose channels. I'll lose my channel.
Well, I mean, everything is covered. I'm not one of those that goes freestyling, you know.
Hmm.
But I just I just try to keep everything appropriate
Yep.
with extra caution. I'm surprised it clicked right back on. That was weird. Need tools. And I put them in the tub that I was working on or in that has stuff that I was disassembling and reassembling. Taking things apart, putting them in the bag, boom, boom. I was like, I know that these tools are here. What did I do with them? Derp, derpy derp moment.
Why 3 days? Hi, Kaz.
Morning, Sharon.
Hey. How are you?
Why on earth would Huawei be gone for 3 days? You're going on holiday. I'd like to go on holiday, even if it was for 3 nights and 4 days. I'd love to go on holiday.
Oh. No, it spit you back out. I vacuum. My kitchen vacuum.
Foreign contaminant.
It don't do live things.
Not at the moment, Kaz. Shh.
Not at the moment.
That's why I went. Shh. Not at the moment.
She's sleeping.
Something wrong with this mouse. I changed the battery in it the other day, but there's something wrong with this mouse. It's been acting wonky for a while. I don't know if it's hit the floor too many times.
Never know. Could be.
It's a good possibility with me, but things drop quite regular.
At tea time.
I'm having a sugar-free blueberry muffin.
I thought tea was at 3.
Or at least half of one anyway. These things are huge. She had late lunch, roast dinner.
Mm. I don't do clotted cream.
Oh. Now we talked about needing the scones earlier. Are they fresh? Did we make blueberry? Apparently not because it's got strawberry jam.
I'm assuming clotted cream is like cottage cheese.
No, it is not.
On the same order, no?
Mm, it's kind of like a whipping type cream. Closer on the, but yeah.
Like blended cottage cheese.
There's no cottage cheese to it. It's more. It leans more towards a whipped cream.
Oh, okay. Well, then I might do that.
But it has kind of kind of like a
Sour cream taste.
yogurty type texture.
Oh, yogurty don't bother me. Okay.
But no, you ain't getting me eating cottage cheese. No,
Yeah, I don't do cottage cheese.
nasty old curdled milk.
Oh, yogurt is too, but I like yogurt.
Oh, I like yogurt, but I do not like cottage cheese. I like sour cream. I like yogurt. I like cream cheese, but I do not like cottage cheese. Everybody looks at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, mm. I like ricotta a little bit. I like feta.
Oh, I don't do feta. call that feet cheese.
Yes, they still.
Yes. It's good. It's good.
I hope it's not too bad too.
I don't do blue cheese either.
Oh no, don't do blue cheese. I want mold in my cheese. That's just wrong. You're fine.
I don't know if I got it closed. Thank you.
Welcome.
Ow. Ow.
But
Yeah, it's just heavy popping and cracking in that one.
yeah, got a snap crackle pop in here. But, yeah, my mother, she'd always have cookies or shortbread biscuits or little the little butter cookies that look like flowers always around, and she always had them around when she had her coffee or her hot tea. So it's that whole cookies, biscuits and tea, biscuits and coffee. I get that from my mom. I got Kaz shortbread, yummy. Yes, I love shortbread. I love a good tea biscuit. Because they're not just good with tea, they're good with my coffee as well. I don't make myself hot tea very often. I usually don't drink hot tea, a cup of tea, unless I'm feeling really icky, and I'll go and I'll get me a cup of hot water and a nice baggie and make me a cup of tea. Make sure I got plenty. I like to try to keep lemon on hand when I do that because I like fresh lemon in my tea, and that doesn't just that bottle of lemon juice is not the same. Oh, that would be fabulous, Kaz. Kaz says one day to visit the panel and shock insists Stacy May. It shocked me too. Yes, I love scones. Mother loved to bake. Mom made Mother made some fruit scones. Very good, very yummy. Anything that was made from scratch and by hand beats anything that's purchased at the store. Doesn't matter if you don't craft. You're always welcome on the panel. Isn't that right, Miss Stacy?
Have you ever thought about doing a diamond art?
Grab a pencil and a piece of paper and start doodling. So grab your crayons and your pen.
Coloring book?
Picture pages, picture pages. Sorry. We had people from Bill Cosby yelling at me. Or Captain Kangaroo, whatever. I,
Right.
them diamond art or diamond dot painting, whatever you want to call it, they're everywhere. Pretty reasonable. I've got several of them in different, in my Amazon cart. Just waiting. One of these days I'll get some. The ones I have right now I got from Ella, I think. The Scratcher friends do the diamond art. Those are fun too. The Scratcher thingies, the Scratcher art.
I think she means
Tickets.
people. Yeah, tickets.
But I was just taking it to another place.
Yeah, the etching art.
Hmm.
This stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Hmm.
black and you scratch off.
In order to find the picture behind it. I like how you can buy the sheets of that where it's all black and you can transfer your own little image.
Well, yeah, it's like a rainbow or something behind there, and then you just put the image on it, or whatever different color palettes or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, Scratcher tickets. YouTube brother Angel did a Chewbacca one of those.
Oh, yeah, that must have been those that she's talking about then. Yeah.
I am just have I know what I need to get done. I just have no motivation. You saw those Scratcher thingies at Little last week. Cool.
I'll be right back.
Okay, hun. I'll be here holding down the fort. Try to keep Huawei from making too many messes. no. Picked all those 40 raisins out. Well, maybe she's leaving the raisins for the kitchen mouse. I don't know. Okay. Did you see? I decorated around the door to the mouse's hole. Actually, gave him a little door. Put him up some nice little decorations. No, I'm not a Dalek. I'm not exterminating anything. Oh, see, she shared the last one with you. You're so forgetful, Huawei. Just don't remember it touching the sides. Oh, yeah, well, you ate it too fast if you don't remember tasting it. Would be my only thing I can tell you. All better now, Stacy?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Well, you had to step aside for a minute. So it's like, better now. I'm going to have to turn on the overhead light. It's a little dark and gloomy in here today. I hear a little man out there playing. Well, they says, you're all right. You just did a few cartwheels and handstands. I ain't done those in years. The crazy thing they don't tell you about all them pins and needles with your neuropathy is that you get just like every now and then one sharp needle pain that just feels like it's stabbing you in one place.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll move and it'll poke you somewhere else. It's not fun. It's an aggravation. Feels like somebody just comes in and all of a sudden decides, oh, let's poke her here.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, John John.
Hi, John. John.
How are you today? All is well, I hope. One of the first times I've ever called John. John, it's usually just John. Oh, and not that I have YouTube itself up, but good morning and hello to anybody who's hanging out in the balcony slash rafter area. Welcome, welcome. I don't know. Is that cat? Is that an owl hanging out up over there? So Stacy May, did we get a barn owl and I didn't know it?
No, I think she's talking about her logo icon avatar.
Could be. Always going, Kaz. Where art thou, Kaz?
Mhm.
Kaz probably went AFK. You know, some of them had to go bathroom maybe. Didn't have time to say, be right back. That's cool, Kaz.
What did I miss?
Okay, so we can't say certain words, but she says, "Hey,
Right.
sis Stacy May, I've got over half the bananas I need, and almost at one.
Oh, got it now. Oh, that's good.
See, wordplay. There it is. Kaz is not bathroom. Kaz doing handstands. Okay. Yep, Kaz probably is doing handstands with those kind of numbers. I know I would be. Those are exciting numbers. Plus, plus. Quit. Leave the door alone. Don't give me sass. I am not getting up just to let you out. Sorry. No, you're just have to deal with your situation. Sorry.
So I don't think he's dealing.
Well, she's still chittering at me, but she's still going to have to deal with her situation. Dad's not getting up anytime soon, and I'm definitely not getting up anytime soon. Man, that's a nice chain. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I can't find any markings on it. Cass says, yes, my YouTube sis made them for me. And TY ladies, I was shocked, really. Well, congratulations, honey. I mean, seriously. Of course, Woolway's bananas are just sitting down the bowl.
Mm.
Cat says, Woolway's doing cartwheels.
Mm.
Looks like deconstruction is the name of the game today. Here. Huawei says that she finished overstitching a line of elastic through the 90. It should fit her better now. Hmm? Nothing like making adjustments and repairs. Gotta make it fit right. My story, and I'm sticking to it.
Mhm.
I've went through and fixed many a piece of clothing. Okay, Cass says, "Love you, sis. I'll be back tomorrow if you're on." Well, you know she's going to be on, unless something drastic happens. So
Or I got tests to do, or with a doctor's appointment or something.
that's what I said. Unless something drastic is happening. TY again for making me feel safe in here. Not too many places on here anymore. TY says Stacy May and ladies. And chat. See you tomorrow. See you later, Kaz. Take care, dear.
Hi, Cass. Does he push fussing again?
Yep, that's Izzy Bush. Papa's on the move, so she's talking to him.
Yep. Open it up. Open it up.
Mm-hmm. Out, out, let me out.
He's holding me hostage.
Yeah. Mom won't get up out of bed. Let me out the door. Oh, help, help.
I don't know who Huawei's talking about.
Hmm?
I don't know who Huawei's talking about.
You, because you're supposed to be learning to fly, remember?
Mm-mm.
You're going to be busy at the airfield. Yeah, Puss says, do come and look at my bowl. There's a piece of kibble missing from over here. Fix this. No, she needs to come out of here so that she could get to her kibble bowl and her litter box and her water dish. All of that. She can't get to all that when she's in here.
Oh, well, I think it might be important to open that door then.
Mm-hmm. She can hold it a little bit longer. She's got pretty good staying power. Not good to let her linger too long, which we don't. It's hard on them. No, always says Miss Stacy May, always fighting my big ideas and plans.
No, Miss Stacy May's just not going to do things you don't want to do. Plenty of people who are already trained to fly that you can fly with and fly this way.
Yeah. Grab yourself a flight on British Air. Nope. In your next life, you shall be a flying vet.
Hmm. That'd be pretty awesome.
Ma already has news for you. Ma has no more next lives. This is it. I have decided no more. I is done. Okay, I got those. I wanted them for sure. I got plenty of those little silvery things. Don't need those. Golly, Ma, wise already? You betcha. I've forgotten so much stuff.
Yeah, I forgot what I remembered to forget.
Amen. I learn with each life and forget with each life. Yeah, it's almost freaking noon, and she's supposed to work for 2 to close today.
It's supposed to be here. Not then you get bored till tomorrow.
That don't make a shit. But doesn't make.
Um,
I caught myself, but that don't make a bit of difference. She should be.
Yep.
He's in there destroying the living room. God only knows what he's just now throwing into the bearded dragon's tank again.
Yep.
I'm surprised that the dragon is still alive. It's not like I've got room to bring that giant tank in here.
Well, there wasn't nothing in there when I was in there, so.
Sorry, I get a little aggravated sometimes, and my words escape me, Stacy.
mhm.
The reason I want to do is we make good pieces for peacock feathers.
You know, Bobby, not every life you live is for you. Sometimes it's to teach others lessons.
Mm-hmm. I have a feeling I'm going to have to teach a hard life lesson here pretty soon. It's not one that I want to teach, but I'm going to have to. And I don't like being that person. Change subject. Off to better things. Now, what kind of messes are you making in the magic kitchen, Huawei? Everybody's got something to teach, honey.
I'll give you an example. I had a person who did Well, only went so far back, but did a past life thing for me. And they said that I died at 2 years old. I was Oriental, and my death had nothing to do with my soul at that time. It was a lesson my parents at the time had to learn about grief and loss and stuff like that.
Kitchen's still wet. Well, clean it up. Hit the button so you can restart. We need more goodies.
Just make sure you step into the doorway before you do it.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. Use the broom handle. And if your arms is this short, use the broom handle. If they're only this
It's
short,
right by the door. You just is like a light by the light switch. Oh my goodness.
I know. Some children. Sweetheart, would you please go save Piggy? I hear the cutting board.
Yeah. It's not the cutting board, it's the rectifier. But yes, I will go see what he's.
Oh, that sounded like the cutting board on Piggy's tank. Well, see with your hands instead of your eyes. Reach and feel.
Hi. Was
Oh,
55
Hi.
minutes?
Hi, Ma.
hi, honey, you're home.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, are you back to working on the sewing machine one?
Yeah, this is on my desk, so I thought I'd work on this. Yeah, we had a full day yesterday. Did a lot of fun things, and so
Cool.
we decided to come home this morning. So,
Well, that gives you the afternoon to relax and rewind.
yeah.
Get ready for the rest of the week.
Yeah,
Willow
caught
said, knock, knock.
we caught some fish yesterday, and we had a fish fry last night. And
Hi, Willow.
hi, Willow.
Knock, knock to you too, Willow.
Hello, everyone.
How you feeling today, hun?
Pretty good.
Good.
Just tired.
I can get that. I've been sitting here sorting through bags of stuff and taking off the bits and pieces that I want and crap cannon file 13ing the other.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Done that a lot.
Mm.
Hello, Huawei.
There was just one more piece for you, man, and everything else was fine.
Hi, Huawei.
We've just been joking around and having a good time this morning.
Cool. I'm trying to make out what the diamond dot is.
A sewing machine,
Ooh.
one of the old Singer type.
Yeah.
I told you, tickle tickle don't work for me. I don't know who you tickling. I can't feel it. I know somebody's touching me, but I never know. I don't get the sensation. Oh, she made Pam big.
Oh boy, I'm trying to see what color I got in my tray here. I think it's 13. Yeah, it probably looks upside down to you.
Mm-hmm.
Reverse mirror.
Uh-huh. I think I've already got that on there like that. Yeah, I've got mirrored
Oh,
camera
you got
on.
the phone.
No, you need to shut it off.
Okay. This is my right hand though, and it's showing up as left.
Yeah, that's why I said shut off mirror.
I did shut it off.
Really?
But her phone needs to be turned the other way.
Yep.
It's not my phone, it's my camera. And when I do that, it
There you go.
slants.
Yeah, I can make it out now.
Yeah.
Just takes a little bit for my eyes to catch up with my brain. Or my brain to catch up with
Yeah.
my eyes. One way or the other.
One question. How was the Chinese?
Awesome. Good stuff. We got Chinese for Sis's birthday.
Ooh, I love Chinese.
Well, it's kind of a treat because it's a little costly.
Yeah, yeah.
But I made sure it happened for her birthday.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, the one good thing is you can get 2 meals out of it.
Actually, I get like more like 4 or 5.
Well, if you eat smaller amounts, yeah, but
Well, we each get 2 entrees, and then I have egg rolls and either wontons or crab rangoons in the freezer, the pagodas,
mm-hmm.
because oftentimes I just have, an egg roll. So works out, and I like the pagodas actually better than what they have.
Mm-hmm.
So it works, and it helps keep the cost down. But yeah, it looks like this batch I'm going to get 4 meals out of it. Because first night I was hungry, and pretty much anything I'm eating right now, I'm test running a little bit, and then I wait a few minutes, make sure that it's going to hold. And yeah, it held just fine, so I just kept going and going. I was like an ever-ready battery, and oh man, that was good.
You've been eating less than micro meals after your episode last week, so
Yeah. but I think my stomach is back on track now. So far so good.
That's
I haven't
good.
tried, anything spicy, which to me is spicy for me is bland for everybody else still, but because I eat bland, that's just what I like. But I don't like complex food, complex flavors. I just don't care for them. But I had a little square of pizza, and it behaved too. So that was huge. I haven't tried Mexican yet. Not quite ready to go there yet. Mainly, I'm just not in the mood for Mexican. But I'm sure it'll be fine when I get there. Now, I'm sitting here going through my notes. I'm trying to remember who's the mother of one of the subadult monkeys in the troop that I watch, that I have researched now for almost 4 years. And totally having a brain fart, so I'm in my notes looking to find who that is. And there it is. And yep, it's who I thought it was. The reason I'm looking her up is she got injured. She got hit by a car. She is alive, but she has a broken arm and possibly a broken lower jaw. Or at least fractured. She is still able to eat. And the arm, thus far, seems to be staying in, a good position. It's not going to distort, kind of thing. And it's about a week out now, and it only takes about 2 weeks for calcification with these monkeys. They heal pretty rapidly. It won't totally be healed for about a month, but at about 2 weeks, what position it's in is what position it's going to be in. So far, so good. It hasn't slipped, which means that she will regain use of it again. So that's just knowing. I've seen it numerous times over the years here because, they get hit by car a lot because the troop is right next to a major thoroughfare. So she's fortunate to have made it, but she's a strong girl. She's a higher ranking, so she's not high ranking. She's just in the upper half of the spectrum. Let me put it to you that way.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So she also has better chances at the better picks of food and things like that to nourish to help her heal as well. There is definitely a pecking order, a very complex pecking order in primate troops. I don't know, it's fascinating to me. You know how I am. I'm a researcher. That's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
But I just couldn't remember who her mom was. I thought I knew who it was, but I wasn't positive, and I had to look, and it was who I thought it was. But the only thing that could, at this point, affect her recovery is the fact that she is of age now to be bred and have a baby. So whether or not the males are kind to her or they rough her up and it re-breaks, which I've seen as well. But hopefully she'll be fine. She's got a pretty heavy-duty mom backing her up, so. She's an asset to the troop because she's one of the calm, chill females. You know, she doesn't run on emotion and, you know, just go nuts. She's cool as a cucumber, which is queen material in the troop.
Mm-hmm.
So
There is a knob.
for making it and thriving is a really good thing for them. I mean, the queen they have now is, she took it from her mother last year because her mom was getting too wiggy and too obese. And so the daughter took queenship from her in a fight. And she's a good queen, so. But, you know, at some point, another will be needed, and, or, you know, just other high-ranking females that support the queen
Yeah.
and help keep order in the troop. And this little female, her name is Dakota, is a prime candidate to be that form of leadership. So. Hopefully she heals up and does well.
No, hope so.
Goodness.
Huawei says, I'm going to return as a monkey.
Sure,
In other
what
words,
we're not making now?
she wants to be a monkey in her next life.
No, Huawei not monkey now. Huawei squirrel now.
In other words, watch out, because if you're in any place where there are primates, the males do eat meat. Right out of the trees, just saying. So be careful. One of the females in the troop, she is she's a dumped monkey that has actually made it into the troop and has been in the troop and is now maturing, aka she's getting her or a facial hair or head hair and all of that that breed of monkey does. These are macaques. Most of them are long-tail macaques. She's a pigtail macaque.
Mhm.
But she's had 2 babies. Both have survived and thrived. Both boys. Well, let me rephrase that. The first one was a boy. Her second was a girl. And there's a troop of monkeys nearby called the Dump Monkey Troop, and that's what they are. They're monkeys that were taken from their mothers, and or abandoned by the mom, or the mom passed having birth, and they get picked up by humans, and the humans find that they're a lot more work than they thought, and they dump them in this dump troop, and one of those females had a baby, a little boy, and the one female from the troop swapped the babies because she wanted a boy. And so now her little girl is living in the dumb monkey troop, which is very, very high risk because 25 to 30% of these monkeys don't even make it their first year. Some don't even make it a day. They get dumped and get hit by a car and done. And then this little boy, she raised the boy. The boy is now a year old. And she miscarried after a huge fight, her baby for this year. And I seen footage just this morning that she's nicked a kitten. Females will do that if they can't kidnap a baby. On the regular, they will steal a kitten from the feral cats and what have you around there. And this baby was maybe 2 days old. She doesn't have milk. She ain't gonna take it back to get fed. So chances are that kitten's not gonna make it, which I find a little disturbing. But yeah, she's carrying around a kitten. But I don't know. I can go on and on about them because I've watched them for several years.
Yeah, that didn't end well.
Ruh-roh. But no, a good bit of my research is animal related. I've studied lion prides. I've studied
I don't hear her.
fish species, particularly sharks. I'm fascinated with sharks.
And yeah, I like to watch those shows with animals on sea, whales and lions and all that stuff. I like to watch that stuff.
Yeah, the Discovery Channel type stuff, Nat Geo.
Yep.
Yeah, I've always loved that stuff, even as a kid. Wild Kingdom and all that was on back in the day, and even the Johnny Carson show when he had animals.
Mm-hmm.
I always loved that. But yeah, pretty much any animal I've researched at some point. I find out that they've found a new species of something, and I'm off looking at it.
There's some kind of fish in the ocean when we went on one of our cruises. We did a glass bottom boat tour, and um, I forget the name of the fish, but it makes sand. That's what makes the sand.
It chews rocks.
I can't remember the name of it, but you'd think I'd remember all the details on it, but I don't. But I was amazed by the fact that that's what makes the sand in the.
The parrotfish.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah. Their digestive tract is as such that, yeah, they take in rocks, coral, different things like that, shells and stuff, and yeah, it gets turned into sand.
Isn't that something? I mean, all the sand in the. It's just amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they produce about 2,000 pounds of sand each year, each fish. They are a reef-bearing fish. They live around the reefs. And they grow to roughly 4 foot long, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, they have, they're called a parrotfish because they have almost a beak-like mouth.
Mhm.
That, they're algae eaters, but when they scrape algae off the reefs, because that's where they live, is on reefs, they end up with rock. And yeah, their body breaks it down and turns it to sand, and they poop it out.
Yeah, I found that pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah, you collect sand on a beach and you put it in a jar, and it's basically, in essence, fish poop.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at least that's how it got processed. Probably some particular type of algae that they
So
eat.
if that particular fish ever goes extinct, no sand?
Well, a good bit of it,
Well,
yeah. At least natural sand.
yeah, I don't know where the sand comes from around here in Wisconsin. I must be quarried or something, but yeah, I just found that really amazing how everything works together if you think about it. It's just
Hmm.
we went on a humpback whale boat thing too, and it was well worth the money. When you're not from the area and to see it spout up like that from a distance, it's just like amazing.
Hmm.
And even when we got closer, you could see them. It was well worth the money, even though you can see it closer on TV. But just to be there and see it, it was.
To see it, feel it,
Yeah, it
if
was
they
pretty
sing in the
amazing.
ocean, I mean, you can feel it in your chest. But no, most of the sand that is produced by parrotfish is more of the white sands, because a lot of what they're eating on is the algae that grows on dead coral. Coral
Mhm.
turns white when it dies. So, yeah, most of your white sand beach type sand is what the parrotfish produces, which is in essence ground up dead white coral. But parrotfish are beautiful. They're blues and turquoises and much the colors of what you see in the peacock feather. That's pretty much the colors of, the larger of the parrotfish. There's different little species, within that have different colors and stuff, but the main one is that one. Beautiful fish. But yeah, weird parrot-like beak, mouth kind of thing going on. You think that, stingrays with their grinding palates are, pretty rough, but yeah, the parrotfish's little beaks are even tougher. Puffer fish have the same or a similar type beak. And yeah, you don't want to get bit by one because, yeah, it hurts and it'll take a chunk out of you. Won't be a very big chunk because, puffer fish are, maybe the size of a football, puffed up. but still. Huawei is working on her watercolors. A badger, a hillside, a windmill, and a rainbow. Cool.
You gotta come on, Stacy, live with Stacy here sometime while we show us your work.
Let us watch you work. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I love watching somebody paint.
Just let us watch your work.
How they layer the colors up and, I've worked with watercolors, like the kid kind. I do have a set of the Prisma watercolor pencils, but I haven't used them yet. The rainbow has salt on it, so she textured it as well.
Sounds neat.
I don't know, I just love seeing people create. I love seeing what comes out of their mind and goes onto or into the design that they're creating. That juxtaposition, what comes from the mind and into the hands and is created, just fascinates me no end. I mean, it's kind of the one aspect of the human mind that I enjoy diving into. I finally got my to-move order that I put in this month. I've been putting in, at least a small order each month, trying to, get, stash building and tools and just different little things to aid me in my crafty journey. And also householdy things that we need, like
Yeah. Whoops.
the wire protector stuff that you put over wires. Been getting a fair bit of that because I've been working on, all the wires around the house because we have one kitty, Esme, my 2-year-old and current alpha of our little kitty pride, has a thing about wires. So I've been buying up materials I need, the Velcro to strap things and the little boxes to put your serger in, and the wrap that goes on cords and going through the house. And
Yeah, I got some of that too. Haven't used it yet, but I got it.
But yeah, she's been getting a little spicy, and so I've been trying to get that taken care of, and just other little things that they have that can be useful to help with housekeeping and things. Huawei says, Miss Stacy May, ?
Yes.
I just dumped my diamonds here.
Uh-oh.
Naturally, they're sticking to the...
Oh, I hate it when I do that. Huawei says that their horse, is that a needlepoint pattern turning into a crochet pattern?
No. It is a crochet pattern called filet crochet.
Cool, Stacy.
But you can turn a needlepoint, even a cross stitch pattern, into filet crochet.
Yeah, anything that's an even grid pattern or graph can be turned into other things. Drops in my eyes. I've done all the regular and medicated drops, but for whatever reason, they just want to itch today. So pollen's up or something. So I added an antihistamine drop. They're driving me nuts. They're all red, and puffy, and grumpy, and now I got me something to eat right before it came on, so now I'm having to do after food meds. She says, thank you for the answer. Just out of curiosity, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 17. 17 pills.
That's how far up I am.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Neat, Stacy.
Well, wait.
Just a little detour in the project here. What happens when you spill your diamond dots? I have the cover peeled off too. I probably should just peel it up a little bit, but with these smaller ones, I like to. Oh boy. That was the right one, I think. 11. D1.
Oh, finally. All those down. I think, but I can't remember exactly right off the top of my head, but I think one of my, it's a German doll that came as a kit. Basically, somebody put it together, this little kit, and then just never put the doll together. I'm pretty sure the head on that doll is a Steiner repop, aka the mold was used, but it's not an actual made by Steiner.
Mm-hmm.
But I just can't remember for sure, and I can't get to her right now to check. But yeah, she's got a German head and leather body, articulated body, and then the bisque hands and feet. But I can't remember for sure. I've only got 2 bisque dolls. One of them is that one, and the other is a repop of the French Bluette doll. It was hand done by a popular designer in the Bluette world. I bought her from her, commissioned her, and paid on her forever, because they're not cheap. And she even gave me a discount, a distinct heavy-duty discount, but I still had to pay on her for months. She is the most expensive doll that I have. At least as far as I know. I do have a Imco Saucy Walker doll that I bought in a thrift store. Her face was distorted, but I fell in love with her anyways. And this lovely woman that restored Saucy Walkers back in the day kindly offered to, if I sent her to her, she would completely restore her and return her to me. And she did. And she did so about a year before she passed away. And I still have her as well.
I know what the sassy walkers are. I sold a couple on eBay way back when. They have buttons on their chest and like that make them. There's different. They do different things.
Yeah. The Ideal Saucy Walker has that. The Imco does
Okay.
not. The Imco has a sound box. Like you can make her talk. But I had the voice box removed because I don't like
Oh.
dolls to talk. And it was no good anyways. It was just banging around in her chest. So when they did the restoration, they completely remolded her and everything. Remolded her joints, remolded her head, all of that. And then repainted and did her face and hair and teeth, her little teeth,
Wow.
everything. The reason I say I think my Bluette is the most expensive, I paid less for my Bluette than what the restoration would have cost on Saucy. Value-wise, they kind of bounce back and forth as to what their value is. So
Yeah.
it's kind of, one year it could be Bluette is the higher value, the next it can be Saucy.
The ideal one that I found at a thrift store, this was 20 years ago. I had looked it up. I paid minimal for her. And if I remember right, she sold for like $300 and some to somebody out of the country. I
Mhm.
shipped her.
Yeah, the one that I have that has been restored by this now deceased restoration team, it was her and her husband. They were a team.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she's probably worth a good grand or better. Because she also was sent home with one of her fashion designs made by that designer or that restorator.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, when she came back, she was decked out. But I mean, they kept her for probably about 3 months because they had to work her into their queue because they constantly were doing restorations.
Mm-hmm.
And she wanted to do those steps for me. I was so incredibly grateful that she was willing to do that.
My mom restored a few composition dolls. She has a doll collection.
Mhm.
Patsy dolls and oh, my mind is not working this morning.
There's
Anyhow,
a lot of
when
different
she
kinds of
first
dolls out there.
started collecting them, she restored some of them, and
Hmm. Yeah, I've restored some of mine. I I can't afford to buy a bunch of new or high end dolls.
yeah,
I usually bought fixer uppers and fixed them
yep,
up as best I could. Um, that's mostly what I have. I do have a few that have been redesigned, like their eyes
hmm
replaced,
yep,
facial feature, paintwork redone, um,
hmm
hairstyling redone, that kind of thing. Some of them have been rerooted, their
hmm
hair has been
yep,
rerooted,
yep.
different things like that. I do have a few designer pieces in my collection, but most were gifts because I can afford that kind of thing.
Right, yeah,
But I don't have a super high end collection, but I do have a tiny handful of quality high end pieces because of the kindness of others. But none of them are antique. You know, it's just vintage. I can't afford the antique stuff.
Yeah, and the market goes up and down on them.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah, but
I
even
haven't
when the market's
tracked it
down,
lately,
that's
but
more than I can afford.
I haven't tracked it lately. But I remember when I used to go to a lot of auctions.
Mm-hmm. We'd be looking for things for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's put this away.
But yeah, I don't have very many bisque or porcelain at all. You know, I've got the German doll, the French doll. I've got, it was a kit doll, modern, fairly inexpensive kit doll that I bought, a little Irish lass. And then like a couple of little porcelain kitties that I sew for that are basically dolls for dolls. So that's pretty much it. I'm not big on porcelain. I prefer the vintage hard plastic or modern adult collector dolls. They're bigger than Barbie. They're more like the Super Barbie from the 70s. It was like, I think she was like 18 inches tall. These are between 15 and 18 inches tall. And they're high-end fashion, stuff like that. I mean, their shoes cost more than what I pay for a pair of shoes. And their shoes are an inch and a half long, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I've sold a few leather pairs of doll shoes in my time.
Yeah.
I have a collection of, I think they're ideal. They're those baby dolls that are kind of big. They have a big round head. I think they started making them at the end of the 50s. Can't remember the name of them. I have several of them packed away.
Yeah.
Every time I ran into an estate sale with those, my grandmother had them upstairs for me to play with, and so that's how I got connected with those. And
yeah, they were your childhood dolls.
Yeah, she had them up there. I have my childhood dolls were like Thumbelina and yeah. Yep.
I didn't do dolls when I was a kid. There was two that would actually be more classified as action figures than dolls. They came in an ambulance that I had. A Tonka ambulance. That they got for me because Dad drove an ambulance. He was a firefighter for a while, and then they put him driving an ambulance. And so, you know, I've got. I'd like to replace that actually, but I haven't been able to. Probably is not going to happen because they're just too expensive or too trashed. But yeah, that was really the only two dolls that I had. I think eventually I ended up with a couple of Barbies that I had traded out of the toy donation box at the fire department. AKA, I gave one of my toys to get one. But then when I got them, they just didn't do it for me. And I ended up redonating them back into the box.
Yeah, my sister didn't really play with dolls either. I like dolls and Barbie dolls. I played with those a lot.
I don't know. I guess when I was little, I mean, I was a big girl. Not when I was young. You know, I was a tiny little petite thing. And then my skin condition and my glandular issues all presented themselves at the age of 7. And by the age of 9, I was obese because of the glandular system issues that they didn't know what they were back then. They just thought that I was hiding food or something. Yeah, it was weird. But Barbie didn't fit my image of people. She wasn't real. People didn't have that figure, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Even small, 4, 5, 6 years old, I seen that, and it disturbed me. And I think that's why I didn't do dolls. I wasn't into baby dolls. I was the last of 6. You know, there were no babies after me to have any fascination with babies. So I just wasn't into dolls. But yeah, the whole Barbie thing that rubbed me the wrong way even when I was little. I even remember asking Mom, "Am I supposed to look like this when I grow up?" And she's like, "Well, some people think so, but yeah, most don't." And I'm like, "Well, then why do they make them this way?" You know, because that little tiny waist, and you know.
Actually, I can't remember. There was some documentary that came out that really, a long time ago,
Yeah.
that came out and made Barbie look like an actual physical human being
Hmm.
in the measurements that Barbie dolls had,
Yeah.
and it was grotesque.
Yeah, it was wild. I remember that.
And I was like, there's nobody that looks like that. Although I can't say nobody now. There is one woman who has done that to herself.
Hmm.
She happened to have the right. She happened to be a good height and all that kind of. She had the long enough legs, so then she conformed the rest of her body into those measurements,
Yeah.
and she looked freakish.
Yes. Oh, I saw the one that has all this plastic surgery to look like Barbie.
Mhm.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing what people will do to themselves due to, in essence, mental health issues that make them think that's what they gotta look like.
Mhm.
And it's just
Yeah, body
society.
dysmorphia.
Yeah, just society. Do they really think that putting those dolls out and all the propaganda is gonna make people, you know, I mean,
Well, then they started making chubby Barbies, but even those.
yeah, she's like a size 12, 14 at most. I have her. I got her just because I wanted to see. They did put out an ELLE doll. She was apparently the first or one of the first plus size models, and this doll is made after her, and she's like a size 18, and she's super fun to sew for. She's super fun to sew for. But yeah, the Barbie version of obese or plus size or fluffy or whatever you want to call it, yeah, it's not real. Even that's not real. And then they came out with Belly Button Barbie, and she's supposed to have a more normal figure. For the cheerleading squad, yeah, maybe.
I was gonna say for size 0, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For the cheerleading squad, or Miss America. Maybe.
Basically,
But
Skipper was more realistic.
Yeah.
Than Barbie.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just weird. I've made plus size goddess cloth dolls. I've got a couple of artisan patterns for plus size goddess dolls that I want to make. I see nothing wrong with it because, that's me. But yeah, you put it in plastic and you put it, slap Mattel on it and put it in the market, and yeah, nobody's gonna buy it. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they fashioned everything after Twiggy. like 1% of the population of women are tweaking. I don't know. They don't seem to be able to get that right. Just in general. In the doll world, they just can't seem to get that right. Aside from this Elle doll that I have, that, yeah, she's about a size 18. And I love sewing for her. She's got the broader hips and she's got the larger arms, and they didn't enlarge other things to accommodate it normal size. She's fun to sew for. The only thing I wish is that they would have made her in a brunette as well, but Elle was a blonde, so I can live with it. Most of my dolls, though, are brunettes and redheads, auburns and carrot tops, and all various shades of brunette. But I do have some blonde, just not near as many as, because most dolls, the majority are blonde. And, there's nothing wrong with blonde. You rarely see natural blonde. It's mostly out of a bottle. But I don't know, I just prefer the contrast to feature, with the darker hair. And then, of course, who doesn't love a fiery redhead?
My other half. He does not like redheads.
Some people don't.
He's like,
My
I don't
sister
get
is
it.
in-
I don't get it. I don't get why people are so into these redheads. I don't get it.
My sis isn't big on redheads either, because every redhead that she's ever known was, the B word. But I've never had a problem.
B words come in all hair shades.
Exactly. All shapes, sizes, yeah. Nowadays, they just call them Karens.
Oh, that's where Karen came from? I wondered about that. I'm glad I don't have that name.
Actually, we're
For
having
that
this
reason.
discussion this morning on trying to think of whose channel I was in. Oh darn. Miriam's channel, I think.
Okay.
Whatever. She was talking about Mexico and the image of the skeleton with the big fancy hat.
Oh, yeah.
And it was called the Carina, Carina,
Mm-hmm.
originally, and it was done to make fun of people who, like, an example nowadays would be, you're starving to death, your bones, but you showing off your iPhone. That's how she kind of explained it, and I said, well, that kind of sounds like the modern day equivalent of a Karen, where their status, their thought of themselves and their status goes beyond.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, I can't remember who else was with her. I think it was Marty. I can't remember who was with her this morning. But yes, they were talking about it this morning. This Karina, and she was describing. I said it sounds like a modern day Karen.
Yeah.
When I went on my cruise to Cozumel and we went through a museum, um, they explained all those figures. I don't remember the details. My husband probably does, but there's a meaning behind all that stuff, and they're
Yeah.
uh,
Who is the artist that's famous with that has like the roses in her hair? That's why she's depicted all the time.
yeah, I don't.
Some people don't like her much, and some people love her. Anyway, that chick.
Yeah.
Her husband was actually the one that came up with that imagery.
Oh, really?
He was an artist himself, and he did a mural. They were talking about this morning. He did a mural in some famous building that had gotten destroyed in an earthquake, the building, but they were
Oh,
able to
wow.
save the mural and rebuild it somewhere else.
Frida Kahlo?
Yeah. Her husband was the one who created the original style of imagery of what people know as that skeletal character with the
Uh-huh.
cat and all that.
Cool.
Yeah, they they also explain their shrines and stuff. It's a shame I don't remember all that detail. I have a lot of pictures of the art that they had, stitched art work, and my husband probably remembers it.
Where did Tina go?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
She may have had to step away
Here?
with the baby.
Yeah, she's not even here. Poor
maybe
daughter.
she didn't want to
One of the
interrupt.
two.
Yeah.
She was getting a little fired up.
Mm-hmm.
I got this new dye. I've got a lot of sewing machine dyes, but I got this one here. Whoops. I got that one from, did I get this one from, I got this one from Amazon, I think. Anyhow.
Oh, how pretty is that?
Yeah,
That's nice.
I did this polka dotted material. So, I mean, you could do it in a variety of stuff. It might look cool in a, page print, a vintage page print or anything,
Yeah, well, you can always use one of those as a mask and do some sort of paint treatment over the top of the paper.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Um,
Anything. So many opportunities.
and that actually you can actually take that and take the bottom portion away from it as well.
Oh, yeah, but yeah, you're right. I could, but I have several other sewing machines where I wouldn't have to do that. But yeah, I could,
Yeah, something about that one in particular that would look nice or
Yeah.
whatever somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah.
You wouldn't have to have all the leg on the base
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
Oops.
And it still looks nice,
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. I like my new cutting machine, but I'm not real impressed with their magnetic sheet here. It's really, even I flipped it around and it's really crazy.
I think, have you tried going a little bit thinner with your sandwich somehow?
Yep, I tried to remove one shim. It's that this magnetic sheet is really thin, And I have noticed that, you know, the one that came with that other machine I sent back, okay, brain,
Big shot.
Big Shot, yeah. Their magnetic thing is on a big plastic, solid plastic piece, where this is just a thin.
Yeah. I have what you got there.
Oh, you do? You have the Genie one?
Yeah. Kelly sent it to me.
Okay. Yeah,
Pretty sure
this is a
it's a
junior. I mean, oh, look at this. It's even getting poked through.
Oh yeah. That happened.
Yeah. So, you know, I like the machine. Don't get me wrong, but
Yep.
that'd be one.
Genie, Gemini Junior.
Yeah.
Matt. Yep.
Yeah. I would say that'd be
Welcome back.
could be improved.
Thanks.
There's Tina.
Yeah.
Hi, Ma.
I was having some technical issues, and I had to just go ahead and just blop out and computer thingy and all that stuff. So I'm back. No plus. Stay down there.
Did you lose sound, Willow?
No, I'm still here.
Oh.
She did blip for a second, didn't she?
Yeah.
Probably because I opened up a tab. I was on the tab.
No, that and I was also trying to take care of some other business here in the house and love on the baby because he took a tumble and what have you. And
Just taking care of business.
yeah, he's gone with his uh, Auntie Lexi.
Oh,
And,
no, Pam got me squirreling off on Amazon looking at various sewing die cuts.
I've gotten a lot. I've got a lot on Temu though.
Yeah, I've looked on Temu though. I just hadn't thought to look on Amazon.
Yeah.
So
go watch
doing
them,
a-
Rabbit.
just doing a mental comparative.
Yesterday, I went specifically looking for one item, started looking at it, and then went to looking at something else, and then went to something else. And after a while, Stacy and Kel's like, "Is anybody still here?" And I typed back in the chat, "Hello, my name is Alice," and I went down a rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm. That was funny.
They just happen.
and I forgot the L, so it was a rabbit hole.
Yup.
Ooh, crunch, crunch.
Oh,
It was funny.
I can fill one more cup or so. You make another cup?
Please and thank you.
no, I was talking about that I had gotten my Tamu order, and I ordered 2 little craft kits. One of them is it's what they call a sun catcher.
Mm-hmm.
It's a double-sided diamond dot dream catcher.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's got an owl.
Of course.
And then Kellyanne got me thinking about felting. So I bought one of their little kits to give it a try. It's a little mouse.
Oh,
Did you get the little mouse? There's one little mouse on there that's a felting kit, and it's got a little hat and a little scarf.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's the one. Yep, and he's carrying a little book.
Yep. That would be it.
Yep. Yep, that's the one I got.
Then there's another one that they have on there. It's not a mouse, but it's a little bird, and it's so adorable.
Yeah, I think I've seen that too.
And it's like it's carrying a little satchel, and it's got a flower right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's from one of the cartoonists that I follow on Instagram.
Yeah.
The little bird.
Yeah.
Wonder if he knows that.
Pretty much any designer that ends up on Tamu as a kit probably doesn't know it. And I hate to say I'm one of those that grab it right away because I know it's going to disappear. But that's the only way I can afford it. And it's not like I'm reselling it. So
Mm-hmm.
that's all I have to say about that.
But yeah, the little bird. The little bird is from, like I said, from the cartoonist that I follow on Instagram.
Well, I mean, I see a lot of kits on there and stuff that I'd like to get, but, you know, 1, maybe
What?
2 a month is about all I'm going to do, especially right now where I'm trying to save up for some bigger ticket items. So, like a die cutter, which
Yeah,
hopefully,
I decided yesterday that's a toy I don't want.
well, I'm let's see.
I was watching Stacey May and everybody else. I've been watching everybody else play with their die cutters, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's just a toy I don't want. I want something cut out. I'll just find me a thing. I'll trace it, and I'll get out a fussy cut, and I will cut that fucker out myself.
okay. I gotta put the other plate.
Yeah, but you're not going to get the little itty bitty detail stuff in them.
No, that's where you emboss. Remember,
This impressive.
I said I got a piece of lumber and a rubber mallet and a spray bottle.
Hmm.
You get creative. You know what my papa would say. But I can say this is I was that, and I was also looking up, trying to figure. There's been a bit of brouhaha on my Facebook news feed, some kind of controversy or whatever for a song that Jason Aldean did.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
yeah.
So I was looking up what the heck was going on with that too. So that's another reason why I was gone. I was like, oh, okay. I'll just leave it at that.
Hmm.
I still can't figure out why a bunch of people always get their panties in a bunch over stuff.
Don't have the answer for that.
I really don't.
The only thing that I can think of on that at present, there's a whole lot of things like that that are out there that people are creating things about to distract from other things that people really need to be thinking about.
And that's not even what I'm talking about. I mean, it just in general in life, people get their panties in a wad over something stupid.
Oh, I know.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not talking about,
Yeah. Mhm.
that or, anything else that's going on in the world. I'm just talking about in general about people getting their panties in a wad
Yeah, I hear you. And I
over
agree.
stupid stuff.
Yep. But unfortunately, people have gotten their panties in a wad about a whole lot of stupid stuff for a very long time.
I know it.
It don't make sense.
I've never have understood it. Never. I'm like, y'all make no sense.
Mhm.
Quick.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
That's
Sure.
Oh, thank you. Ugh,
Thank you.
just wanted to know
that
when she
snuck
was
up on
going
me.
to work.
Well, I thought you already told her I was awake. Hell, I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning.
So she can get a bit ago.
Yeah, they're here.
So, okay, I told her to hit this way on, but definitely.
Cup of coffee number 3. Let's see if it's magic.
I think that's my problem. I only had one mug today, and I usually have a couple. And I'm gonna try this without the
Now, you
milk.
go down here.
I had 2 sips of soda with my breakfast, and that's just water today.
I had the top half of a sugar-free blueberry muffin with cup number 2. So that was technically breakfast with my medication, which I took my medication way before I took and had food intake. It is what it is.
I had to take ibuprofen, my prescription ibuprofen yesterday. I was sore. My whole left side is sore from um, positioning myself in the boat. And yeah, casting.
Yep, throwing a rod.
Yeah, well, it. I cast with my right arm, but my left side is what's really screwed up from scoliosis. I got a spur in my neck, and yeah,
Oh,
anyhow.
I feel for
Um,
you. That's like I can tell you that. I feel for you.
yeah. But I gotta be able to do something.
Yep.
Yeah,
So, um, anyhow. But what I was getting to was that you talked about taking your medication. I usually have some yogurt with that medication because that ibuprofen can screw up your stomach.
Yeah,
And
mine got screwed up
I can't
20 years
take it
ago.
more than a day or two in a row because then my system really gets messed up.
Yeah, it lights you
I,
up.
I am not allowed to take ibuprofen at all.
Yeah, I can't take
Yeah.
any form of aspirin derivative at this point. My stomach quit after taking ibuprofen and then Darvocet for
Oh,
3 years.
yeah.
And yeah, my lining is shot and all kinds of
Oh,
things. So yeah, no, that ain't gonna happen. That's why I use sea cucumber as my anti-inflammatory instead of ibuprofen.
I I have my acetaminophen. I can take all the Tylenol I want. Well, within reason, of course. Guidelines. Uh, I can take my tramadol as needed. I can take the other one that I'm prescribed for my migraines as needed. It's got caffeine, acetaminophen, and whatever the blah 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 blah. It starts with a B.
uh-huh.
Um, but absolutely zero NSAIDs, no ibuprofen, no naproxen.
They always ask me, why do you have ibuprofen that you're allergic to it? And I said, when they were putting me through the realm of trying all these different medications, um, I found that I couldn't take it very much because it bothered me.
Mm-hmm.
But yet I still had to have it. Like when I tore my meniscus, I had to be able to take something because I can't take gabapentin, I can't take Excedrin, all that stuff they tried on me. It's just anyhow.
I can take my
So
GABA. Thank goodness for that one.
yeah, I can't take that stuff. I get swelling in my ankles,
Mm-hmm.
and it really, I can't think straight on it. I mean, I can't think
Some
straight
people,
now,
some
but it
people.
was really bad.
Tim is on his is Tim has been introduced to the world of GABA. He's on very low, what I consider a very low dose. He's only on 100
Yeah.
milligrams 3 times a day.
I think it's great that people can tolerate it. I just couldn't.
I can't tolerate 3 doses of gabapentin a day.
Yeah, they tried to build me up, and I couldn't get past the first dose.
Yeah, I ended up talking to a specialist and they put me on gabapentin twice a day and Lyrica twice a day, which
I tried Lyrica too. Yep.
it's the same family of drugs, but they're not
Yes.
exactly the same. And for whatever reason, that little shift was just enough, and I've been on that same dose with both twice a day
Oh,
for
that's good that it works for you.
years, and it still works for me. So
My mom takes
Yeah.
gabapentin.
When I see my kidney doctor next, we're going to discuss medications again
yeah,
and go from there.
yeah. Thankfully, it works for me. So and continues to work for me. The only prescribed pain medication that I have is just Tylenol 3. And I get a 7-day supply, and that lasts me over a year.
It's so funny that Tylenol with codeine does not affect me in the slightest bit. Not even when I was younger, let alone now.
I definitely cannot take hydrocodone,
Hydrocodone?
Vicodin, any of those. Yeah, they are hallucinogenic to me. We found that out when I had dental surgery as a kid.
Nah.
Yeah, I was curled up on the sofa with, spiders coming out of the ceiling and snakes coming out of the floor and all kinds of wild stuff. And yeah, it was,
Yeah.
nope. But, yeah, Tylenol 3 works just fine in low dose. I take a fourth of the prescribed large dose, which is basically
Tylenol 3, isn't that hydrocodone?
No.
it's codeine.
It's
Okay.
codeine.
My mom takes
Tylenol,
hydrocodone.
the codeine.
Yep. They prescribe 1 to 2 tablets every 4 to 6 hours as needed. I take a half tablet. I'm good. I'm napping.
Yeah.
So, but it does the trick. But I don't have to do that very often. That is absolute last resort. I will try everything else before then. And I have a substantial amount of chronic severe pain. But I'm high tolerance to pain, and I use that to my full advantage.
See, so do I. I hate taking a pain pill if I don't have to. But here lately, these headaches have gotten way out of control.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like having to take that stuff. And if I can do without it, I will. And I do without it and function. And I'm working on the house and getting grumpy bones and grumpy muscles. And I think since this started last fall, I think I have taken a half a tablet twice. Otherwise, I just sort it out. Go stand in a hot shower, use the jet to hit the muscles, stretches, meditation, just good old-fashioned over-the-counter Tylenol before I
That's
will.
what scares me about having my knee replacement. Being put on a narcotic for the pain. I just don't want to go there. But when I get to that point where I'm going to have it, I'll have to talk it over with the doctor because.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, prior to my life getting all messed up with my physical ailments, I had my car service. And one of the clients that I have at the car service was where I would pick up people and I would take them to medical rehab for addiction to their opioid medications. And so I've seen people and talked with people on a 45-minute drive. You can learn a lot about a person in 45 minutes, trust me.
Oh, yes, you can.
Yep.
And this one gentleman got in the car, a little overweight, average guy, seemed like a nice fella. None of that, he wasn't like the drugs were not, it was not an anger management issue for him. But nice guy. And he starts, after a few minutes, people, I don't know, they like to talk to me. Who figured that one out? Anyway.
Yeah.
So he starts just opening up. He goes, he says, I'm coming here because I want to get off these medications. And I said, well, if you don't mind, what level of medication are you at? And he was taking morphine injections every 3 hours.
Oh my word.
Wow.
So a little more chitty chat goes by. And he's talking about his daughter. His youngest daughter, who's about 7. And he says, she wants me to get down on the floor with her and play with Barbies and stuff like that. And he says, I want to. He says, but I'm afraid I wouldn't get back up.
Yep.
So I have to take this medication in order to be there for my daughter.
Mm.
And I said, but are you really there for your daughter when you're taking these medications at this level?
Yeah. They make you sleep. Yep.
He thought about it a moment. And he goes, well, not as much as I'd like to be. But I can't deal with the pain.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I got a question for you. I said, when did you last have an injection? He looked at his watch and he goes, it's been 4 hours. And we were still about 15 minutes out from the place. I said, so it's been about a little over 4 hours, you said. Yeah, a little over 4 hours. I said, how do you feel?
Mm-hmm.
He goes, I feel okay. I said, now you do realize that you just took a 5-hour flight. Go from one coast to the other, plus, going around the airport and doing all that nonsense. And you're going on. What exactly? I pinned him again. I said, when was the last time you? And he looked at his watch again and he goes, well, actually, in about 10 minutes, it'll be 4 hours. I said, okay. So you managed to go 3 hours beyond when you feel you have to take those injections. And you're sitting here telling me that you feel all right. And he goes, yeah. Because I usually don't let it go much past a few minutes past 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So there he'd went an hour past that 3 hour mark.
Right. So I said, do you realize that you need to look at this a different way and look at it as you have fear of pain rather than you are in pain? And he stopped. And in his tracks again, he stops he's thinking in the car. You can hear the wheels turning,
You just slapped him around hard, didn't you?
And he's like, well, yeah, I guess so. Considering, and we're just about to pull up to the place. It's been, looks at his watch again, because now it's like a thing. Because I mentioned it. 4 hours. And I feel okay. I said, do me a favor. When you go in here, just open yourself up to every suggestion they give you. And I wish you luck. Well, it's a 30-day treatment.
Mm-hmm.
So 30 days goes by, and between me and my other half, I happen to be the one. I happen to get the guy coming back.
Uh-huh.
In the meantime, his wife had flown down the day before, spent the last night there, getting all his stuff together, getting all her instructions for him. So then they would fly back the next day, back home. So I get him, I pull up, I get out of the car. He looks at me, he's this big old smile on his face. He opens up his arms, he says, come here, woman. I started laughing, went over. His wife's standing right there. Gave me a big old hug. And He said, I want to thank you for having that talk with me before I came in here. He said, because I truly believed I needed this stuff. He
That's
said,
awesome.
believe it or not, I had one of the nurses go out, and I guess they must have went to a dollar store or something. Got him a couple of Barbie dolls. His goal was to be able to get on the floor, play with those Barbie dolls,
Yeah.
get back up without complaining about the pain. That was his mental goal. He had that in his head.
Uh-huh.
And he says, I did it a number of times and I'm good. I said, so what kind of medication level do they have you on now? He goes, Tylenol.
Yep. That's what I'm on. Yep.
I said, straight Tylenol, just Tylenol.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And his wife looked at me and she goes, now all of a sudden things connected with wife. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, you're the woman he was talking about that drove him down here. I said, yeah. She goes, well, I want to thank you so much. She says, his outlook has gotten so much better. It's incredible. And I know things are going to be awesome. And, she mentioned between him and the daughter
Mm-hmm.
when he gets back home.
And between him and his pain.
I said, well, all right, we got to get going here. I piled them into the car, loaded the
Yeah.
luggage. And they were talking amongst themselves on the way to the airport. Because, just going over everything again, their own little whatever. And I got out and again, came out this time. He gave me a hug. She gave me a hug. And I sent them on their merry way. So I look at that and I go, there's a man who is injecting himself with morphine every 3 days a month ago. And is down to Tylenol.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
tells you something about the medical field.
Yes.
Yeah.
I tell you, I refuse to take any. They tried it several times on me because, they don't want to have you in pain.
Um, I'm telling you right now, the medical field, they want you to stay sick.
Well, I don't truly
They
believe
don't
that all
they
doctors
do
want
not
you to
want to
stay
fix
sick.
point blank. They don't want to fix you.
No, they don't want you complaining. So
Mm.
if pain is your complaint, they're going to get you to whatever level it is until it's not your complaint. But by then, you're now addicted to the medication. And there's only as far up as they can go.
Yeah. Um, yeah.
But through that gentleman and through, a number of other people I took back and forth to that place, some that made it through and some that were out in 2 weeks
Hmm.
because they
Yeah.
refused to do what they needed to do and abide by rules and regulations. Um, I learned a lot in that time. So when it came time when my situation started to get bad, I already had some prime examples of what can happen. And not something I watched on a documentary, not something I saw, read somewhere. Real, actual, live people that I interacted with.
Hmm. Well, I tell you, all the muscle relaxants they tried on me, and I had to come off of those. And you know,
My first thing is I want to be me.
yeah. I mean, you don't want to take something that makes you feel horrible afterwards.
Well,
Yeah.
feel horrible or sleep all the time
Yes.
or have anger problems
Yep.
or
Or just
that's all you're fixated on. you know.
Or just
Yeah, and
having
some
no
of them,
brain.
they play with your chemistry in your body and your brain and stuff. And,
Mhm.
people don't understand that, Whenever I started taking a new medication, I let my husband know, if you see changes in me, you
Yeah,
know,
I do
and
the same with my sister.
yeah, it's, when I tried different muscle relaxants at night and stuff, um, I told the doctor, I've said, I'm not going to take it if it's, and anytime they changed me over from one to the other, I was always leery about, how should I cut back on this? Because, and half of them don't realize there's side effects to cutting back on that stuff. You feel absolutely horrible.
A lot of them don't cut you off of things slowly. They just say, stop taking this and start taking this.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yep.
Mhm.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And again.
I
yeah.
got it down. I got my science down to a science. And whenever in over the years that I've had to change doctors, I basically had to train doctors
Mhm.
and go,
Isn't that
listen, do
it's
not prescribe me a narcotic because I
yep,
am not interested in your narcotic.
yep.
I actually have about 30 of blah, blah, blah sitting over here that I haven't touched in a year. I
After
said,
my hip surgery I had them.
I'm looking for things, and I found a cocktail of things that seem to make me feel okay enough
Yep.
physically and does not disturb my mental state.
Yeah. The
And
garbage
I'm
you have to
happy
go
there.
through to get that.
I said, I do not want to be numb.
Yep.
I said, the body produces pain for a reason.
Yeah.
And if you put enough chemicals in it to block all kinds of pain, because it doesn't target specific kind of pain
Well, the
necessarily.
problem is that you
You
build up a tolerance,
well, you
and
may
then
have.
you get to a point where you hurt more,
Mhm.
and it doesn't. They have to give you stronger medication. That's where these people get stuck on this morphine and stuff. It's
Right. You may have
horrible.
to. Um, I think of where I was going with that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, but you got all
that-
these other medicines that you haven't touched, and then you finally found a cocktail that halfway works decent.
Right.
right, and doesn't disturb my mental capacity. I'm still able to create. I'm not just sitting there staring at television. Duh, you know.
Right. Yes. Yep.
Um, I cannot lose that part of myself for the sake of pain. Yeah, the body feels pain for reasons, and sometimes what happens too. This is where I was going, is that people turn around and get themselves on such a high level of pain medication
Yes.
that there may be other ailments that come up that
Yes.
you don't even know about until it's possibly too late because that pain was fully masked.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'd rather have live with a certain level of pain daily in my life and know that when that pain gets worse, I know something's going on. I either did a little too much or there's something new, depending on where this pain is, because you get to know your body and your pains.
Yep.
Yep.
So, and you only get to know that if you still have the capability of feeling pain.
Right. Yep.
Like that gentleman taking the morphine every 3 hours felt no pain ever.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay?
How do you know
Yeah.
None.
someone else hurts if you can't feel it? You're on the morphine.
Right.
Mhm.
But like I said, God forbid something else came up in his life. I think his problem was his knee.
Yep.
His knee. He had a very bad accident, ripped up his knee real bad. They did some surgery, and it's still what, yeah, it was his knee.
Mm-hmm.
And he was numbing himself just about to the world because of pain in his knee.
Because he didn't want to hurt.
Pretty sad
Maybe
to
and I
avoid
don't
that.
want to hurt either, but wow.
Found it.
Yeah.
Well, he got up that he probably started off with, you know, what most everybody gets, the Vicodin or whatever is. I think it's the most common prescribed thing after anything pain wise.
Yeah.
You know, most people start there, and like you said, the ball, you can only make it go up so high before that particular thing is going to affect, could kill you, basically. So then they got to change it to something else that has a more potent thing, but now you can go up a little higher in that kind of medication, and it ain't going to kill you yet. And then that level just keeps getting higher and higher and higher. But meanwhile, so do side effects, other things that it's doing to your body,
Yeah.
the other organs it's destroying in your body. Yeah. Anyway, crazy. But, and it's a never ending thing. But you can, again, only go to a certain point.
Right.
And there's nothing left that they could give you without killing you. And then that's when they go, well, we're going to take you off all this stuff.
And you go into major withdrawal.
Mm-hmm. And this guy said he did.
I bet he did.
He did.
But that was ugly. Whew.
Yeah.
And he said the whole thing, like I said, he said the only thing I had on my mind was being able to get on that ground and get back up without being on these medications to play Barbies with my daughter.
Yeah.
That's what kept me going through it. Folks, I am not a medical doctor. I do not have a medical license. I am not a nurse. I do not have any license in the medical field. What I speak about here is only from life experience and generalized knowledge that is out there for anybody to obtain if they wish to seek it.
Oh, yeah. Right.
So,
Disclosure.
disclaimer.
Yeah, disclaimer, that's the word.
Yeah, I think everybody's story is different too. You know what works for some people, and
Well, yeah, but doctors, there's so many of us per doctor.
yep.
They have to work on the alphabet system. They start at A and work their way to Z, and by the time you get to Z, you're a basket case, and they don't. Then now you're at the last thing. They don't know what to do with you,
Right.
except start you back out at A again.
You all right over there, George?
Yeah.
Unless you figure it out for yourself, or have somebody in your life to help you figure those things out
Hey, glad to be here shortly.
before you even get that, all the way to that point.
Yep.
True that.
I mean, if you question something, if you even in the passing thought in your brain question anything a doctor is telling you, ask the question.
Yep, even if you think it's dumb or something like that, ask it.
A true dumb question is the one
Probably had 50 million people ask him. Who cares? Ask him
Right.
or her.
I had many a teacher tell me that the dumbest question or stupidest question that was asked was the one that was never asked. I don't care if I've heard the question asked to me 100 times. Ask me anyway.
Yep, the dumbest question, the one that's never asked.
Well, until recently, there was only one way to solve a math problem. And don't you think the teacher was asked about this particular math problem a million times already in their career? Sure. Are they willing to take the million in first? Sure. Doctors, for the most part, are the same way too. If you ask the question, they will answer you for the most part.
Yeah, they're usually
That's the
grateful that
majority
you're
of it.
even curious or, wanting to learn.
And I'm the type of patient that I'm a 50-50. I walk into a doctor's office, I don't know if the doctor's gonna love me or hate me.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Because I have enough knowledge about myself. Not saying I know everything, because sure in the heck I don't. But I have enough knowledge about myself to advocate for myself and to question procedures or medications or things like this.
Yeah.
Some doctors like it
Others, not so much.
because I can't tell you how many times they say, "Oh, why don't we start you on this?" Well, if you look in the records, I have already
Mm-hmm.
had it before, or something about it interacts with something else I was taking.
Yeah.
And they go, "Whoop, yeah, no, guess you can't do that one," because they're going by A, B, C, D in their head.
Right.
Listen, when a person turns around and tells a doctor point blank, listen, I think we need to check out the nodules in my thyroid that are growing and now appearing on both sides because could be a problem here that I've seen in 3 sets of images you had done from my neck for my bone, for more bone tissue thing, not really focusing on the thyroid. But if
Yeah.
you look at the little thing where they have, what's it called? Uh, it's like incidental notes or whatever the heck they're called. Can't think of it.
Lymph
The
node?
other column.
If you can wrap some wire through it, tape it, and glue it or something.
The other column where it goes, oh, there was a little mass of this size shown on blah, 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 the thyroid. In the little other comment section.
And they don't read it.
No. And I go, well, let me point it out because by this time I'm taking copies. I'm getting everything. I'm carrying around, rolling around a suitcase with me.
Right.
That's not a story, guys. That's real. I rolled around a piece of luggage with me to doctors. And in the meantime, this is when I was trying to figure out my fibromyalgia
Mm-hmm.
and ran into this other thing in the meantime.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, Doc, hey, here's 3 sheets of paper over the past little over a year and a half ish, something like that, where they took images. I said, you have copies of all these, right? He goes, yeah. So, okay, making sure because I have them here if you need them. I said, but
Mm-hmm.
you need to look at here. Did you not see this got bigger? Do you not see it got a friend? He goes, I said, should we look into that a little further? He goes, that might be a good idea.
No.
Later, find out I had thyroid cancer on both sides of the thyroid, that they wound up taking the whole thing. Now, possibly, the first one, well, even after the second one, where it got bigger, before it gained a friend,
Mm-hmm.
I might have only had to have one lobe of my thyroid removed.
Yeah.
Might have been
Could have
longer
been,
than a year. Two
could
and a
have
half
been
years.
caught
I don't know.
earlier.
I can't remember. Time escapes me. Over a period of time. So if it would have been caught there, I might only had half of my thyroid. Had to have half the thyroid removed instead of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But because it was caught when I caught it, and it had a friend, the whole thing had to come out. But that was because I looked at the thing and went,
Hi,
oh, what's
Harvey.
that note down there?
I saw the video.
And looked at it compared to the last one.
Yeah. That's scary.
Yeah. We're walking into my rheumatologist after I go through my neurologist,
Yeah.
who says, by the time I got to him, I said, listen, it's either going to be rheumatoid arthritis or fibromyalgia. That's where I'm at. I've ruled out everything else I can think of. Everything else through research. And I'm not
But
talking about
they'll
that.
all tell you, not all, but some of the doctors will tell you, oh, don't look at Google. Don't look online.
And I don't do
Don't look
just, I'm
online.
a WebMD girl. Hold on a minute.
Yep.
So I go to him and he says, okay, well, the only way you're going to get any further anytime soon and get any diagnosis is let me order some tests for you. He says, because basically the fibromyalgia, he says, I can't order the RH factor test. Your rheumatologist is going to have to do that one. He says, but I'll order everything else that they would look for.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, great. So by the time I got the appointment to go to the rheumatologist, here I am with my suitcase. I got all my results from all this 14 vials of blood they took from me that this doctor put in for.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And they're like, well, we need to order this test and that test and the other test. And I'm like, hold on, zip. That test and this test and the other test. Well, who ordered all these? Neurologist. Well, why would he do that? I said, because he believes there's a problem. And he wanted to, because, until a few years ago, fibromyalgia really seriously was looked at like, you're right, it's in your head. They were going to
Yeah.
call it.
It doesn't exist. It's all in your head.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, been there, done that.
Yep.
So I hand up, well, the only thing missing, I said, I know RH factor to see if I have rheumatoid arthritis. Yeah.
Mhm.
I
Yep.
said, yeah, I know. That's the only thing you'd have left to order.
ANA and all that stuff.
And if that comes back negative,
Yes.
and based on where I'm poking you and it's hurting and all this other kind of stuff, it'll be fibromyalgia. Well, came back negative. Boom, fibromyalgia. Now, by the time I got to this point, I started very, very early on with WebMD. Yeah, just like anybody who goes internet searching for anything, the first thing that comes up usually is WebMD.
WebMD and then the Mayo Clinic.
Yep. So then now I'm at the point of reading case studies and patient histories,
Right.
experimental things about different drugs and different. I mean, I'm reading stuff that the average human being should not be bothering in their life to put in their brain.
Yep.
But because you have an ailment and it's not the common cold, beyond that it gets difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Depending
You
on
know what my physical therapist said? And she's a nice person, but she said, I have a hard time with that because these doctors, when they can't find something wrong with you, they take it as fibromyalgia. And I just had to bite my tongue.
Mhm. No, it's quite the opposite. They want to find something else wrong with you,
Yeah, well, that's true.
but they
But
take their
she
sweet
said if
time.
they get to the point where they can't find something with the tests and stuff,
Well, yeah, because it is a diagnosis of exclusion because there is no test, and I don't care what you've heard on the news. No, there is no test that tells you you have fibromyalgia.
No, there's not.
yeah.
Nope.
Doesn't exist.
That's a ghost. There is no such creature.
Hmm.
Because fibromyalgia is really a cluster. Fibromyalgia is just an umbrella, a pretty little umbrella over a cluster of all kinds of nonsense your body's going through
Mm-hmm.
that cannot be related to by tests any other kinds of diseases. Period. That's what it is. In other words, you hit the old crud bucket
Yeah.
of stuff that
Mhm.
no test is showing belongs anywhere. And fibromyalgia can be different for everybody that has it.
Yep, I've read that too.
The basics are the same in the sense of you have body pain, wherever that may be. Yep. And you only have a certain amount of energy in a day. Those two basic
Like
things
another room.
are the same. Beyond that, it could be extremely different from one person to the next.
Oh, hello, KK. I just looked up and seen you came in. Hon.
Hi,
Hi,
KK.
KK. Oh, I suppose it's time for me to have some lunch. 2:00 here.
Yep.
Is it lunchtime already?
It's past lunch for me. It's 2:00.
Oh, yeah. She stayed on a lot longer than normal, but she was so happy to get home and get on. She was like, yay,
That's right.
Well,
I'll
we're
eat
both
later.
Central, right? 'Cause you're Wisconsin, right, Pam?
Yep. Mhm.
I'm Illinois, so we're both Central Time, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah.
folks. I'm going to call this one for the day. Want to thank everyone who came in. I want to thank everyone who hung out. I want to thank those of you who will watch us in the future. Please like, comment, subscribe. But most importantly, please enjoy the rest of your day.
Later, everyone.
See ya.
Bye, everyone.